Hello. It's Wednesday, my dudes. We're in Shapes, and I'm gonna keep doing Shapes on Wednesdays until I get sick of it. So, where are we? I was really sick when we did this last week. I don't remember much. I know that I need to take some time, and some of the things that I've been like copying and pasting and blueprinting, like some of the stuff I've been copying and pasting, I need to start blueprinting. That is a thing that needs to happen. But like, okay, we got some weird shapes coming in. These are old builds, right? That we don't need anymore. Correct. Let's claim this one. All right, now we need a lot of blue squares. Okay, you know what? We're just going to go piece by piece. We're not going to worry about it too much. We do need to start working on the milestone shapes as well, but I'm not super worried about those. At least right now. I want to focus on the side quests and getting in as many research points as possible while we can get them. So yeah, let's find our blue squares and our green diamondy doos. Like, these two things are really intertwined. We're making a lot of the same things for both of them. We've got the blue squares, we've got the green diamonds, we've got the gray circles. So I think we could spend a bunch of time on that. And then these ones down here are different. So where did blue squares end up? We've got, okay, I have gray squares and gray half squares. We have blue squares here. Yeah, and this is a machine that just takes in 4 belts and makes 4 belts, which is fine. I feel like... Check the codex here. Conveyors and belts. Belts move 120 items a second. Space belts move... 480 items a second. Is that across all 3 lanes? Does that mean that a space belt has a little bit of extra space on each layer? Because that's what it looks like I'm seeing here, is we've got like a chunk of space left. Don't know how that works. To use all 12 lanes, you need to have the 3rd machine layer. Sure. Are... Yazor, hi, welcome in. Good to see you again. Sorry, 1 second. I just realized I didn't open my... Oh, come on. There it goes. There we go. Now I have chat notifications. All right. Anyway, let's get some blue squares hooked up to some green stars, and then let's also make some more blue squares and get them hooked up to some gray circles and get some more bonus points. That's... Your IQ is not... Oh, it's... I really have enjoyed this one so far. You know, obviously doing Pyanodons on Factorio or Greg Tech in Minecraft. I have a lot of experience doing this kind of stuff, but this has been, it's a different kind of puzzle than what I'm used to in automation games. It definitely, like, plays different in a good way. Okay. What am I doing? Blue squares are currently coming over here alongside green squares, I guess, which I don't need. But I think I want to pull the blue squares off of this belt and send them somewhere else. How do I easily get... You know what? I should be able to make gray circles here. Let's do that. If we grab... I think I'm going to have like 2 of these. Can I flip this? And then if we modify these so they rotate differently, we should end up with different... Yeah, those are bottom halves. But if we replace all the clockwise rotators with counterclockwise rotators... almost correct. Oh, does that mean that we just don't need these to rotate at all? Yes. Cool. So those are top halves, those are bottom halves. Do I have a platform where I'm merging things, like halves together? Is that what this does? Yes, that is exactly... In fact, this is already doing full circles. Okay. So let's copy that one. And then these need to go up a layer. Nope, that was wrong. Sorry, I forgot a keyboard shortcut since last week. There's a keybind for telling it to anchor. There we go. C. That's what I want. But I have played Spore. And I am old enough that when you call it an old game, it makes me feel old. Oh, and also I didn't even need to do this. I had this set up to bring it on the bottom level and then lift to the top level here. Oh well, I can fix that. I feel very old when you call Spore an old game. All right. No, it's fine. I'm joking. All right. We need these circles to merge up with some blue squares. We also need more blue squares. So, like... We're going to need to grab more blue paint. Well, we don't have to do that right now. All I need right now is a stacker design, which is just this. This is just a stacker. And Oh right, we have I need to bring back here, let's just delete this one. Spore was fantastic. I agree. Oop, too close. All right, are we doing the right thing now? We've got circles coming up the top. We've got, oh, the blue squares are, of course, on the wrong layer. Can I fix that? Oh, absolutely, I can fix that. Cool. Now we've got our shape that we want. And I'm actually going to push this up to layer 2. And the reason I'm going to do that is so that we can merge it in through here. And we should be getting them on layer 2 here. Yeah, there we go. That way we're keeping more of our entry paths open and available to us. And then I need a second row of blue doodly-doos here. And how do I best want to do that? We've got these green guys here, and we basically need to merge them with another set of blue. So that's like another one of this whole build. What I think I'm going to do is go all the way up to the 3rd level here. Because that way, if I take a belt of these guys here and bring them around, they're on the 3rd level here. We can run that 3rd level straight across. Because this build uses 2 levels, so it would be hard to use the 2nd level here. But we can drag the 3rd level across. And then we have to get the 3rd level, like, out here to merge with other stuff. And I wonder if the way to do that is to just put another platform here. Yeah, let's do that. So if we build a platform, we can take... Here, we'll just take level 1 across instead of going up to level 2 there. So level 1 comes across and up to level 2 because that's where it needs to go when it gets to the other end. And then on the 3rd level, we go all the way across. And out. All right. That should give us, well, we need to be bringing in the blue paint here. Let me get that figured out. Now we've got blue squares coming out here. And those can go into exactly the same stacker setup. Here. Except I think these are coming up on, yeah, these are coming in on layer 2. So we just need to do something like that. All right, blue paint is another one of these modules. Flip it and tuck it in there. Sure, why not? And there's the shape that we want. Beautiful. I love it when a plan comes together. All right, looking at the other things that we need right now, I think the thing to do is to grab, I mean, I think I literally want like this setup, but here, and maybe slightly at a different angle. So that's cool. Yeah, we're gonna start with this, and then we're gonna have to adjust some stuff. Is this doing anything? This one is doing something, unfortunately. Is it something I care about? It is something I care about. All right, yeah, that has to keep running. At least right now. These don't have to, though. I'm trying not to delete any of the things that I have that are actual builds, because those are really easy to duplicate and reuse, and I want to be able to do that. Okay, stuff is finally making its way across this like belt here. Just taking a minute for the green and blue ones. These ones just need to be cut in half. That should be something that I have easy access to. I mean, I have lots of things that cut things in half. And that's our half. Cool. Where was I? I was trying to figure this out, which is basically this. I just have to find a good spot for it in this. I mean, unless I think there's a better place somewhere nearby. I mean, there's way down here. There's more of the same. There's some over here. Those are all pretty far away until I get trains. I think I'm going to say right here is fine. And then, yeah, we need to adjust our rotations here so that we're getting the right shapes. Oh, there we go. It's literally just straight through. Love it when it's easy. Now this one comes in, and we're going to put 180-degree rotators on the outputs. And that's our shape. Cool, that was easy. What's going on down here? Are we only outputting one belt? Looks like we are only outputting level 1. Yeah. Okay, so I can put something on level 2 of this belt. Although not easily through here. I think what I'm going to do is actually put this on level 3, and then I can do what I did earlier, where I just route level 3 across where I had other things. So this can merge into here on level 3. Level 3 goes straight across. There are probably techniques that people who are more experienced with this game than I am know for how to, like, more easily share belts and stuff like this. But that should be fine at getting that piece where it needs to be for now. And then the other thing is a mix and match of the green square and the... What is this going to look like long term? Okay, long term, we're just going to be painting our stars blue and then stacking them with this checkerboard. Oh, and then we get trains. Ooh, ah. Speaking of other stuff, though, do we need anything? Let's just grab the platform stuff as we get the credits for it. I want all of the different sized platforms. I think especially the bigger ones are going to be useful. Oh. I used to dabble in doing stuff with redstone. But that was back before the redstone update, so... Hey, ranged. What's next? Oh, we just cut that into a quarter. Okay. What a week. Did I miss something? Should I be scared? These need to be rotated 90 degrees, I think. Ah, the usual Wednesday feelings. Okay. This is actually going to want us to stack these a little bit differently, so we'll change this so that instead of being, I think I have one somewhere. Ooh, do I? Do I have a save both halves slicing template? Ashton Nike, thank you so much for coming in. How's it going? We're slowly working our way through learning how shapes works. All right, I think this does a lot of what I want for down here. What is my review on this game so far? It is very, very satisfying. The building is like super smooth. I don't know how well it comes across on stream, but just like copying, pasting, dragging belts. It all feels really good. The music's great, hard to argue with that. Obviously, it does not, you know, tickle all the same complexity things that some of the other games I play do, but that's fine. Not everything has to be Greg Tech. You think that's entirely possible that there's, and I know the higher tiers. I really want to play. Well, I want to try the new manufacturer mode once we get through like a full round of the base game. Once we get our achievement, which is very far away. I'm on level 2. But also there's like hexagon mode, which I'm sure is crazy. Hexagon mode, honestly, I'm probably more excited about than I should be. Do I just need to cut this in half? Yeah. What is this gonna be, though, next? Oh, yeah, there's trains. Oh, that's actually kind of annoying. Okay, so I think I need to cut each of the 2 halves here and stack them, and then I can add a rotation in the middle to change it from the half stack to this. Because if I just cut the shape that I have in half, then I'm left with something useless. Unfortunately, yeah, we can make this happen. We can make this happen. It's just going to take a little bit of moving some things around. Let's grab a haver. And another haver. Will I do a ma'am? I am not sure. I think that will depend a lot on Sorry, let me finish getting these belts routed, and then I'll finish my thought process. It'll depend on, you know, how much I'm enjoying. Ma'am is a make anything machine. So with the circuit conditions, which I have not started unlocking at all, but there are circuit conditions, you can you can configure belts to route things in different ways and check what shapes are coming along and pull in the inputs of like what you're trying to make. And you can set up the machine to like change what gets routed where to do whatever needs to happen. And I explained that in a very poor way, but Okay. So now Mammon Shapes 2 is definitely going to be difficult. Like, I know people have done it, but I'm not sure if I'm going to go for the challenge or not. A MAM feels like it's very much a you've beat the game in every conceivable way. Now prove you know what you're doing. Okay, so what I need to be doing is I need to take... We're going up and over here. And... Do I want the halves here? Yeah, the halves are fine. I don't need it down into quarters. And I need, I think, this platform. This, like, cuts and restacks. I'm just not sure if it's cutting and restacking in exactly the way that we need it to. But I bet I can just swap around some rotators, and it will end up achieving mostly what we want. Don't forget I signed a contract that I won't build spaghetti. Yeah, that, We don't talk about the contract. This is my one complaint with the game's, like, most of the time helpful stuff, is if I have a building rotated a certain way, and then I move over a belt, it automatically rotates it in my cursor. And I'm never expecting it to do that, and then I rotate it again afterwards, and it's in the wrong position. And I'm wondering if that's a setting that I can change. Interface, key binding. Doesn't look like that is a setting, or if it is, I'm not seeing it. If you click and drag that, yeah, I should be clicking and dragging more often. I also kind of forgot that was a thing. All right, so these should all be getting rotated the same way. Yes. And then when they come across here, well, we're currently doing different shapes, but let's, clear it. All right, well, we're close, but not quite. I think I just need to add some rotations to some places in this so that our halves, when they restack, are appropriately restacked. Something like this. Well, no. Not quite that. Really? That didn't do it? You have yet to unlock the other direction rotators. You're just better and don't need them. I mean, fair. Just get good is always an option in any game. I think I rotated the wrong things. Oh, do these have to be 180s because of how I'm routing things in this? They might need to be 180s. No, those are stacked that... Oh, dear. Oh, I've got top halves with top halves and bottom halves with bottom halves. Ew, okay. This might end up being more work to try to reuse this than it would have been to just make a new design. F to mirror cutter, yeah. It's not the cutter that's wrong, it's all of my life choices. Okay, no. We can make this work. We can make this work. Oh, and I had other rotator. I didn't even realize these were part of this blueprint. Okay, well, that's part of my confusion accounted for. So, what have we got? We've got a bunch of... I'm going to clear this just so I can see what I'm doing. Yeah, the tops are all top left pieces and the bottoms are all bottom left pieces. So if I rotate those counterclockwise, that should make the bottoms all bottom right pieces. Yes. Okay. Good. And now I just need to merge the tops with the bottoms. Do I work with just... I've mostly been working with just one layer and only using the higher layers for routing. Mostly because I'm a Factorio player and I think two-dimensionally. Whoops. Do I have what I want, finally? Yeah, that's the shape that I wanted. And then what do I do with that shape afterwards? Nothing. It's the last shape of this series. Okay, then I don't care. In that case, we plug it right in and we just don't worry about it. I should make sure that all 4 of these inputs are set up to allow triple belts. Not that I'm ever routing that many things in, but that's fine. All right, next thing to work on is here, where I need to... Oh, I already did it. I just never hooked it up. Never mind. That one is also good. That's this stage, and then the next version of this is just rotating either the blue or the green 180, which is easy enough. And then drop a gray circle on top, which, I don't know, is another one of my little stacker designs here, hooked up to some gray circles. I could figure that out. Milestone-wise, okay, we made our gray. We need to paint it blue. That's this, which is currently merging here. Oh, onto the top layer. Oh, right, because I stole this belt and we're just, like, bypassing this build. That's fine, ish. This goes away. Up, over, down. Where's my painting? Painting those, painting here. I played pre 1.0, but I didn't play a lot pre 1.0, and I hardly remember it. Oh, I'm sure. I am an awful spaghetti builder, like in general, though. That's good job, Brennan. That's not what we want. This needs to not. Ooh. There we go. Those are now painted. And what belts are we using on this side? Just the ground floor? All right, so it doesn't really matter what I push these out on. And we now have two shapes. Beautiful. So I guess the next thing to figure out is this piece that needs to be a combination of painted squares and unpainted squares. Wonder if I can reuse this. Do I have anything anywhere that saves both halves of a... Thought I did, but I may have gotten rid of it. This is why I need to start actually making blueprints and not just copying and pasting things around. Yeah, I don't seem to have anything that saves both halves, except for the thing that does the auto, like, restacking of those two halves, which isn't what I want. Because this splits the halves and then stacks them, which is what we need here, but is not necessarily what I need for, like, this. All right, let's get this piece done. This is a quick change. This just needs 180-degree rotations here. No? Did I do the wrong rotator? I did do the wrong rotator. Now that's the right shape. Okay. Yeah, I'm hardly pushing anything into the vortex right now. It doesn't matter. But yes, I did notice that the ratios for space belts to platforms are weird. I just haven't quite figured out how to design with that knowledge yet, so I'm ignoring it. I think I'm going to design a new thing over here, which is exciting. It's been a while since we've designed something new. Actually, do I need to really design something new, or can I copy and paste parts of something else? I think we can copy and paste parts of something else. One space belt is 4 platforms. Okay. I couldn't quite figure out what the ratios were. But again, the numbers we're dealing with right now are still low enough that I'm not pushing to build huge amounts of things. Is this going to fit here? It doesn't fit. Okay. Still couldn't get the game working. GameScope won't come. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're on older distros. Okay. So what I want to do here is what? I don't think we need any rotation on this platform. And then each of these halves of this needs to go to... You've managed to put almost all your blueprints on one by one. I believe that it's possible. I'm just only willing to put so much time into it. Especially when I still feel like I'm, like, learning the basic mechanics of the game. I do not want to be trying too hard for compactness or other things. Will you tell me what you're outputting here? You don't think you're outputting anything, which probably means that something needs to be rotated. Hey, Jonas. Welcome in. Good to see you again. We probably don't need the output rotators. We'll start without those. Okay, but seriously, why aren't I getting a shape preview here? Have I lost my mind? Apparently XRes doesn't exist. That's a weird one. What are you? You're a reverse rotator. Okay, does that mean that these need to be forward rotators for this to do the right thing? Because if reverse rotators put them on top of each other, forward rotators should put them offset 180 degrees. Oh! Does the... Yeah, XRes should be an X11 library of some sort, I think. I could be wrong, though. I'm also just guessing from the naming scheme. Is this smart enough to realize that the other half of the splitters is backed up, and therefore this will never have forward progress, and therefore it won't generate a preview for me? Because if so, that is simultaneously delightful and awful. Yeah, that's... kind of what I was thinking it was doing. Oh, no. Well, it's doing something awful now. These need to be rotated. Okay, that's something I'm gonna have to figure out. Or I need to put rotators on the outputs. This is gonna be the same way, right? Because I split them and then I don't rotate them? Yeah, okay. Fortunately, there's plenty of space on this platform to do that, I think. $60 a minute. All right, so we need 8 of them. Ooh, those are a little close to each other, aren't they? You know what? I should be able to do... I could put these up a level, can't I? Now, from up here... And there's a keyboard shortcut that I've forgotten to hide. Is that V? There we go. App search. On Arch, libxres is its own specific library. I don't know what that would look like on Debian, unfortunately. Okay, these are stacking, which means, what are these? These clockwise rotators need to be counterclockwise rotators. There we go. Now we've got diamond patterns. And we've got diamond patterns here as well. Good. Good. We're making progress. We're going to clear all the shapes here just so I can see everything flow through. But we're making diamond patterns in 2 places. Top left, bottom right. Oh, and they're even offset from each other already, so I don't need another rotation. Beautiful. This thing just needs a circle stacked on top of it. We'll deal with that in a second. I need a painter. Actually, I can steal this one, because apparently we're not using it for anything anymore. I'm gonna put it here. All right. Good. Now, these just need to merge together, which is any one of my stacking machines. I should be able to copy this. Flip it. And these just need to be made to come into the right place on this level. There we go. Done. All right, next thing, which is actually the last thing. I don't need this anymore, do I? Is anything coming in from this side important? No. In that case, I'm going to steal these circles. We're going to grab a stacker. And if the circles are not in the right place. So we just got to do a little bit of that. And that should now be telling me we've got a good shape. We do have a good shape. Okay. I also just realized that an ad break is running, and I usually try to give some warning about those. I am going to go ahead and pause while the ad is running for the rest of the ad break. It snuck up on me. And then we'll resume the next shapes shortly. I'll see everybody soon. Welcome back, folks. Apologies for not giving some warning before the ad. It snuck up on me. They do that sometimes. In this game specifically. I was letting the ads sneak up on me all the time last week when we were playing this. All right. We've got, looking at our jobs here, this one's moving quickly. Our milestone shape is going well, and we should be able to plan to merge the two halves of the milestone shape. Yeah. We have this here, and those will just stack, so that's fine. Easy enough. So I think we can start working on the next job shapes. I think everything here is fine. So for the emerald, we're going to need corner pieces. All right. Where do we have corner pieces? Well, we have blue corner pieces here, but we're not getting easy access to those. Otherwise, we might have to go further afield. We've got corner halves down here. That might be the easiest. That's not going to be like super far away. Yeah, and that's also near our green. So that'll get us what we need for those. Yeah, that's probably fine. Let's grab this is a thing that makes just quarters, and I don't know if that's what I want. I think I want a thing that makes halves from the left half. I don't know if this is a left half or a top half. We'll find out. That's a top half. Okay. Which way do we want to do? Rotate counterclockwise? Is that right? That gets us what we want. Cool. There's all of our halves. Oh, and that's telling me it's a shape that I will need in the future. That's interesting. And then I guess what I'm going to do is, for now... I mean, if I just take one of these and run it through again, yeah, that gives me the quarters. Okay, that's fine. The problem is now we have to get this merged in with one of our belts here. Well, not necessarily. Grab those points. Shop. Can I expand the... Yes. All right, we don't quite have the full range of inputs yet, but this will at least let us... route some things around, even if it's not perfect. So that is going to be this, and then for the other half of it, we just get rid of the half splitter. And then for the whole one, we duplicate that and rotate it. Easy peasy. And then we paint it green, and then we stack it on a thing. All of these are easy with what we have right now. Red fly, I think... I mean, let's see if we can find a good place where we have corner pieces. We got one up here. And that'll come... What do we need to combine this with ultimately? 2 parts of a circle. Okay. Hmm. Also, do we have red paint? We have red paint here. I'm just contemplating my decisions right now, where I want to do this build and how I want to get it routed. I guess we could use this. And then paint it red. Yeah, is this anything useful that I want to save? This is just a stacker, isn't it? Yeah, it's just a stacker. Okay. This is all old stuff. So... this needs to be... well, we don't need this bridge anymore, for one thing. And for two thing, we want to cut this in half again. After a... oh, that's an old version of that. That doesn't have the rotation before the cut. This one does, though. Oh, that's a 180. That's not what we want. Cool. And what we will eventually do is we'll want to replace that with... where do we have a thing that is the thing that I want to replace it with? One of these that does like a... cut, rotate, and stack. Yeah, this. Well, we'll want to replace it with this. So we just have to make sure that we leave enough space to do that before we bring in the paint, which is the next step. Paint. Again, we need to make sure we leave a little bit of space. These are coming out on layer 2, which means that I should actually be able to just bring this in at layer 1. No, that's not going to work. Because that doesn't feed into the thing. That's feeding in on layer 2 with nothing on layer 1, but that would be silly to do way over there. What about here? That's coming out on layer 1. Oh, this has the layer 3 bypass. Okay, I think we will do that then. We will use the layer 3 bypass. And that should bring in our shape here. Perfect. And these two need to be merged. We can do that. Let's find our standard stacker somewhere where we're using it. All right, this does come down on layer 1, which is what we want. And then these come in on layer 2, which is, of course, wrong. And there's our piece, which can come in anywhere. And that's our last milestone piece for trains. Oh, right, this is easy. We just change that connection through. And this is now feeding halves instead of quarters. Easy peasy. And then it wants whole ones, which... Whole ones are going to be like... Duplicate this. And then put in a 180-degree flip on the output. Did I not do 180? I did not. I clicked on the wrong thing. And then these will get stacked, and that'll make a whole one. And the last piece, sorry, I misclicked, is we paint it green and then we stack it with something else. Okay, those are all easy steps. I mean, certainly we could work on, while we're waiting for some of these things to run, let's... I don't think... I need either of these. But what I do want to do is I want to start taking blueprints at, like, the tile level. So, like... What does this do? This takes the bottom half in, and it puts a top half out. So, like, we can take that. We can save that as a blueprint. Bottom half as top. This is just a stacker. Stack level 1 to level 1. This is also a stack level 1, so that's the same. Don't need to mess with that. This is the same bottom half as top. Make sure I keep track of my north-south. Oh! Yeah, good shout. Because that's actually the right half as the left half. Good shout. Thank you. This is just a cut right half. Oh, this is a weird stacker. Yeah, north, south, east, west instead of top, bottom, left, right is probably actually a good... I'm going to do that. I'm going to rename. All right, we need the double of these. Now I don't know where they are. All right, so we want to get rid of all of this. And somewhere I've got the piece that does the, like... Oh, absolutely. I'm going to hate myself. That's not what I want. Is this the one I want? I think this is the one I want. And I don't even know how to describe what this piece does. The game opens facing west. Okay. So that is... It's not my fault that I'm confused about which way is up, is what you're saying. Okay, these need to be rotated before they come through here. So what I need is like a cut E as N or cut E as S, which I think I do have somewhere. I just don't know where. We're going to see if we see it. This rotates and then cuts, which is not what I want. I know I have one that cuts and then rotates. This rotates, cuts, and rotates, which is, I mean, 90% of the way to what we need. Yeah, let's just grab that one. Wait, this rotates, cuts, and then rotates again. What is wrong with me? Like, why did I build two sets of... I wonder if I didn't have 180s yet. Yeah, I'm trying to start making blueprints out of everything that I do so that I can grab them and I don't have to find them anymore. Have a ton of harvesters that have things inside to cut what you need. Yeah, I could probably do that for things like just taking the east side of a shape and save a tile. I wonder if this would work. Would this design work better if these are south instead of north? Is that my issue? Because if so, I will happily spin these the other way. And if that's what this takes to output the right thing, and that is. Okay. So this is cut east as south. Yeah, just corner needed or just remove a corner is probably things that I should work on blueprints for. Ah, ranged. Did you do what I did with the GT solar panels or solar boilers and forget that they start heating up immediately and you basically have to have water before you expose them to the sun? All right, what does this thing take? This takes south and turns it into northeast southwest diagonals. Oh, the humidity was lower. Ooh. I don't even know how to save this. So this takes southwest, southeast to southwest, northeast. And it'll do other things if it's given things that are not already cut in half, but you know what? That's fine. Who needs a roof anyway? Exactly. Oh, arrows turn in. That's why I'm getting underscores. Okay. Good to know. I'll rename some things. I want to make some... Whoops. Let's recenter on north. I mean, that should be all we need. It's just a normal stacker, right? Because these are both coming out on level 1. And should already be opposite halves. Yes. Yeah, I should use folders. I should be doing a lot. You can give them icons. How the heck do I give it an icon? Oh. Lots of stuff here. Okay. And you can give it like up to 4. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, that's definitely going to be... This is telling me that I can spend credits, huh? Can I spend them on anything I want to spend them on, though? No. Well, labels, but... Whoops, that's not what I wanted. See, if I hide that, does this do what I want? Yes. Just keep operations running and delete jobs. Yep, that's pretty much what I've been trying to do, is clean up when I don't need stuff anymore. Yeah, once we have trains, this will be a little bit easier. Because this is just such a long belt that has to, like, fill up and then drain and then... But we're almost done with that one. We're almost done with this one. I could probably try to scale up the actual milestone production, but whatever. Is everything here labeled? These are standard stack. Well, they're mirrored, but whatever. I think everything here is labeled. think everything here is blueprinted. This can all go away. What about here? I mean, some of these different, like... Oh, here we go. This one's different. This one makes a quarter. This one takes the northeast corner and spits it out as the southeast corner in the stupidest way possible, but you know what? Whatever. And then this doesn't really do anything with a corner. You type so fast. I have spent many hours of my life practicing typing. As it turns out. This doesn't really cut a corner. This cuts a half and does weird things with it, and it just happens to work out as a corner on this platform. And I think everything else here is kind of weird bespoke stuff. Yeah, this is all done with. This thing is the, like, cut and rotate stacker that I rely on a lot. Like, I've modified this several times to, like, rotate the outputs in different ways and stack things differently. I just don't know what the heck to call it. It takes the... Well, different variants take different halves and stack them in different ways. But I don't actually know if I want to save this variant, because this variant relies on the particular symmetries of this shape to end up working, and doesn't work correctly for things that are not checkerboards. So maybe I want to blueprint a different variant of it that I've made. All right, time to test some of these blueprints out. Let's see if we can do this quickly. So we've got a shape. We need either the north or the west side to come out at, well, ideally just cut the west would be all I want, which I don't think I have. I have cut east as west. I have cut east as south. I don't have a cut west as west. All right, that's fine. We will make one. So if we want the west side preserved, it needs to end up on the bottom, which means we need to rotate counterclockwise on the way in. And then we want it to end up back on the west side, so we rotate clockwise on the way out. There we go. And that is cut west. Now, if we take this thing, which is our, like, cut northeast as south, no. Stack southwest, southeast half to southwest, northeast. Well, I definitely want this piece. I just think I named it wrong somewhere. Yeah. This is the right output. It's just, I don't know if I have the right name for it. And now I do need to just make a thing that I don't have a blueprint for. It's a silly thing to not have a blueprint for, but... And that is a rotate. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's clockwise or counterclockwise for this build. This seems like the sort of thing that would be really easy to do for like multiple whatevers. So thinking ahead, since a space belt is each of these is 120. So that's 480. And a space belt is... Sorry, that's a pipe. 480x 12. So yeah, it's 4. Because there's 4 lanes by 3. So what I eventually want, and I don't have the long platform. Oh, yes, I do have the long platform. Like, would it make sense to start doing stuff like... Oh, that didn't do what I wanted. I was hoping that I could... I guess I would have to do it one higher. Do it like this. Yeah, well, it depends a lot on the ore with Greg Tech. Which things you want to wash, which things you want to centrifuge before you wash. You kind of have to check every ore specifically and figure out what things you care about getting. So, like, something like this is what I would need to do for full throughput, right? If I wanted to get all 480 items. Cool. That's a lot. That's a lot of space. Yeah. Right, and this is, I mean, to have a full triple layer one, yeah, you're looking at 12 harvester platforms, etc. Good to know when I start building things at bigger scales, for sure. It's too bad that you can't do this and have these, like, actually... Oh, yes, you can. Okay, never mind. I lied. It does work. It's just a little finicky to make it connect. Okay, cool. That's a little more compact. I was trying to do this, and it didn't seem happy about it, but it worked this time. Yeah, that's a lot. You're only one space belting, not 4x, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty much treating them as just 4 lanes of the regular belts right now, right? I'm not doing anything special with them. All right, let's grab a painter. And I'm giving everything kind of vague and generic names right now because I fully expect that we are going to be replacing things with bigger versions of blueprints just not too far in the future. Yeah, I'm doing each build at 1 layer, and then when it makes sense to share space belts, I use the space belt lanes as just like extra, especially as I get into the vortex where I need to feed more things in. Anyway, okay, so I've got my rotation here. I just need to hook this up now and get, like, stackers done. But, like, this build, because it doesn't rely on any too high buildings, like, I could absolutely make this work for all 3 layers if I wanted to. Yeah, you can, like, send trains directly into the void later on, I'm pretty sure. I don't think that's a spoiler. That's, like, in the advertising for this game. That's something the devs wanted you to know you could do. Where's my stack? Level 1 with level 1. Oh, except this is level 3. Why am I like this? Yeah, pure dust, I think, comes from crushing or macerating the washing the crushed ores and then crushing that versus... It's like crush, wash, crush instead of crush, crush, wash. Sorry, I don't have JEI in front of me. I'm trying to remember how Greg Tech works off the top of my head. But yeah, there's something like that. It's all slowly... I'm not sure what you mean. I think there's a typo there. Till you spend more time in space mode than factory mode. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm already mostly trying to think about things in terms of, like, I have a thing that can take a belt of... trying to think in terms of platforms that take, well, a quarter of a space belt, realistically, and then do stuff with them. Are we getting our green things coming up? We are. What's going to be the next step for this one? Oh, both of these are going to want just gray squares to stack on top of themselves. Okay. Excuse me. That's easy. Although I can't get rid of this because this is our actual output. Oh, we have some squares here. Yeah, this is fine. So we'll take you down here. And we'll get those stacked. And that's the final form here. But these ones are going to need a gray square that eventually becomes a green square. Which, I mean, is really just more of the same. I have not started thinking about Mercury yet. Am I going to be really sad when I do? Yeah, we'll take these up here. And then we can throw a painter in, like, right here and turn those green when we need them green. That should be fine. What is going on? Oh, shoot. What is going on is that this needs to go out on a different level. I'm like, we should have started to see those, like, doing something by now. And they are doing something. What they're doing is screwing up this build. And this is why I shouldn't do things like this and share belts, but... both of these builds, the ongoing like operator parts, we're gonna want to move, I think, somewhere else where we can make them cheaply and easily. I see easy access to red pieces here. Can I make blue squares easily somewhere? Maybe. I see squares. I don't see blue, though. Circles, squares, red and blue, not too far apart. We also have access to green. Oh, and we have access to these. So yeah, we could potentially do both of those operator shapes, like right over here. And I think once we have trains, we can more easily deal with some of this longer distance stuff. We've got squares here, red, square blue, circle green. Yeah, there's options. All right, what else needs to be cleaned up? What don't we need anymore? This shape is totally done, right? Coming in on here? Yes, okay. Now, is there anything in here that I want to save? I don't think so. I think these are just my standard stacker design with nothing really special going on. But down here, no, there's nothing special here. Squares to blue. This is also, oh, this is an awful way to do this, and I definitely don't want to replicate this anywhere, so we're not going to do that. All right, that frees up some space around an input. This obviously needs to be changed at some point. Well, actually, we can get rid of the... Did a library where you have trains bring every shape and color and then just build the job stuff since you're always deleting. Yeah, that's probably a good way to do it. I'm not that far in the game yet, though. I mean, that is ranged one of the IRL ways of getting mercury, right? Cinnabar is a mercury ore. Yeah, I need to figure out... And, like, the spiral design is cool because it kind of makes you always stop and think about where you're putting things and whether they're going to be in the way in the future. Good job, devs, with that choice of layout. I wish I could zoom out further. Greg is really realistic until it isn't. Nothing gets in the way since you have 3 space. That's true. Well, I haven't unlocked the 3rd space layer yet, but yeah. All right, so these just need a stacker. Except that's not what I want. Do want a stacker, but it has to be this way. I should probably design a stacker that feeds through the... Well, whatever. I'm thinking if it would make sense to design a stacker that feeds the bottom or the side entrance as the bottom and the direct entrance as the top, sort of like the opposite of this design. But also I should be using the 90-degree stackers. I just never quite figured out how to make use of those effectively. And for now, I'll deal with the extra belts, but like eventually this is going to be a problem, right? And then the other one, I brought up another belt of this here. Oh, and this is the same thing where, like, I need where the input goes and the output, the 2 halves go kind of funky. But, like, that goes there, and that should be the shape we want. Hit F. Well, F flips. It's not about the flip, it's about whether the side is the top or the bottom. My only design has the side input being the... oh, and this needs to change again. Ooh, which means this needs to change again. Before I forget that I have to do that on this every single time. Yeah, you have side as top always, which is fair. It just means that I need a little zigzag. You know, I could save 2 belts if I had a version of this that was rotated. Although, actually, in this case, I don't save any belts, because I can do that. All right, we should be getting... Yeah, this shape... Soon? Soon. It's making its way down the belt. It's just one more build. Do I want to go ahead and grab the train unlock now? I may as well. Because I think we're far enough along on both of these jobs that we're not going to gain a lot by stalling. What is this nonsense that I did? So I have 2 belts of half coming in. I'm stacking those and then stacking reds. Why did I build this? Oh. Anyway, this is one of the things that I want to rebuild, right? This is one of the operator pieces. So once we have trains and we can just build this far away where it's not clogging up the entrance to my vortex, we will move it further away. Move huge amounts of shapes over long distances, the dream of every operator. 5 new jobs, a bunch of platforms. All right, teach me about how trains work in this game. Trains provide high throughput, long distance transport. Trains are much faster over long stretches. Rails are free and don't consume platform capacity? Oh no! Shapes, don't enable my spaghetti like this. That's not okay. Locomotive depot that spawns a train and sets its color. One or more wagon depots placed behind. Okay. Rails connecting source to destination and train stops with wagon loaders. Okay. Yeah, I could just build the blueprint. Here, let's just find a random spot in the middle of nowhere so I can see how this works. All right. So yeah, immediate stop, a wagon loader, wagon unloader. Okay. Sure. This is fine. And then go underneath. Train stops. Okay, so there are other types of stops eventually. Drag over a rail intersection to change which direction. Red train. Okay. Yeah, those are much more visually pleasing. I agree, game. And I'm assuming for my loop-the-loops, I have to buy them in the shop. Yes. I do have the DLC loop-de-loops. Ooh, station spacers. Fluid wagons. Oh, you can do some interesting stuff between, like, spacer wagons on subtrains and station spacers on others to build, like, really funky shared routes that do different things with the different colored trains. Get wait stop and fluid. Yeah. Oh, for sure, fluid wagons are the biggest thing, and the wait stops. And then there's a train capacity upgrade. This shape just needs to be painted green. Okay. Where does that painting need to happen? That's this piece. And this time I noticed Twitch alerting me. It is going to be ad break o'clock shortly. Appreciate folks sticking around through the break. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep the pre-roll ads turned off. I'm going to pause and get a little bit of water during the break. And I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves, and I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. And we are back. 1 second, I need to check something. Huh, okay, cool. All right, let's collect that. This one should be making the right shape once the green squares make their way all the way up here. Yeah. All right, before we start doing the new shapes, I want to rebuild the operator shapes and start training them in. I think that's worthwhile because it's crowded in here and they're kind of a mess. I also think that it is time to start thinking in terms of an entire space belt layer. So that means four, well, 16 ground belts, I guess. I don't want to be thinking in terms of a whole space belt. I do still want to be able to like use the different layers of space belts to like route different things. But we can start like 4xing our production before we jump all the way to 12xing it. So let's see if we can find a spot where we can do both of these operator shapes easily. And then we want to be making them at about 4 times the scale we're currently making them. And probably just get it right on a train to deliver them. Although, here's the question. If we're going to bring in 4x, like a whole space belt worth of stuff, like, how do we even feed that into the vortex? Or is that a milestone thing? We eventually get train vortex delivery. Because, like, if I'm bringing in an entire 480 by 4 of space belt, that's like 4 of these entrances, right? So we could bring in, I guess, technically 3 of those to this once I have the last inputs unlocked. That's just a lot. So that would mean that we'd be able to bring in like up to 9 things at a time, realistically, is what we would be talking about. And I guess that's plenty. But we'd want to unlock the last... the last thing, which is 4,000 points to fully unlock the vortex. Think about that. Oh, we're actually really close to that. Ooh, okay. So yeah, maybe we will just do that, and we'll get the vortex set up so that we can bring in multiple like full belts. All right. Let me see about where we might have. We need squares, circles, and stars, and we need all 3 colors available. And if there's a spot where that is reasonable... Oh, hey, we're bringing those in now. Then it shouldn't be too hard to build the current set of operator shapes. And we might get lucky and also find, you know... I see squares, I see stars, I see blue and green. I see red, I see circles. All of this is relatively close to each other. Sure. That'll work fine. Are fluid pipes the same? Is it like a 28.8 KL times 12 versus Oh, infinite. Well, that's not helpful. I'm assuming the ratios are the same. Wait, this is a color. So this needs an asteroid pump. Oh, this is really far out, isn't it? Do I want to be this far out? It has everything I need pretty well, trains don't count for space platforms, right? So it doesn't really matter. So this should be... What are you? 300, 600, 900, 1200, 4800, 48, 48, 48. Oh, these can hold a lot more. What's the ratio on this? 28.8 KL. Sorry, I'm just going to get my calculator. Divided by 300. $96. That can't be right. Yeah, 96. But then 4. So... I mean, it's effectively infinite, is what I'm seeing. This says I can fit 12 of these in just one layer of this pipe. And another 12 for each of the other layers. That is wild. We're not going to do that. We don't need that much. Well, maybe we should. And we're going to need similar things for blue, right? So let's just grab blue as well. And then let's grab some shape miners. Because we're going to need... Again, it's 4. Oh. So that should be a full... The whole bottom lane of this should be fully saturated with all 4 of these running, is my understanding, if I've done the math right. So now we need a 4x painter, which I hate. Because, like, getting room for even a regular painter was a major pain in the butt before. Like, I struggled a lot to design this painter. And like, yes, we could probably do better than this. We should be able to get more compact than this. I don't think we should need like a 2x8 area just to paint. Well, maybe we do. The question is, if we're bringing in 1, 2, 3, 4, can we feed through enough painters? Yeah, 4 machines per belt. You got all 3 layers in a 1x1? Wow, okay. That's just so bulky. Okay, well, we can do this. Okay, you know what? Maybe. I think we have to mirror it to make it all actually fit, but... We're not going to get this on all 3 layers, but that's fine for now. And then the plumbing comes in. I mean, each of these is infinite, so it doesn't... Yeah, liquid is infinite unless you jump. So you could do some stupid stuff with how you route your pipes in this, for sure. So, like, that is fine. Yeah, well, I can't layer at 3x, right? Because my pipes and my belts would conflict. But it's close. You avoid layer jumping unless it's stackers that force it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's fine for this. I'm only trying to work with a full 1-layered space belt right now. So, like, this will suffice. I mean, pipes are infinite, so there's really no reason to do this, but we'll connect them through. Well, yeah, I mean, sure. Again, no reason to do more than just connect through at the top. Why so many what? Painters? It's 4 per belt, right? That's the full throughput number, right? 4 per belt? Otherwise, I'm not getting a full belt through. I could parallelize it more. Is this for... Oh, I'm working on... We've got 4x... 4x mines here. Yeah, we are doing a full belt. Yeah. We've got... At least in theory... Unless I screwed something up. This should be able to actually give us... I really shouldn't do this so close, but whatever. I'll move it later if I need it. A full space belt of blue stars. That was the goal. And then I need to be able to combine those with a full space belt of green and gray squares, which is exciting. I'm also going to need a full space belt of blue squares and a full space belt of red circles, and those are easier to do. Those are right here. We've got our red right here. And then all this gets hooked up to a couple of trains, well, one train, and shipped up here. And this should be more than fast enough for both of these shapes to keep up with the operator requirements for the foreseeable future. These are not working. What did I do wrong? Why no? Oh, we're probably waiting for paint to saturate, aren't we? It's possible we need more paint input. Each of these uses what? 300 a minute, and we have 64 of them. Each of these outputs, 300 a minute. And we have 64 of them. We should have enough paint. Do they actually work for... I'm not sure what you mean by multiple sides. Only one side is being... Oh. I mean, yeah. Shapes are two-dimensional. They don't... We don't worry about the back. Do I have 4 harvesters feeding the space belt? Yeah. I have 2 belts each side of the painter. I've got... It's a mirrored design, so half of them go left and half of them go right. Is that maybe what you were seeing? All right, I think we're just dealing with fluid buffering. And as these buffer, they will start to run at full speed. All right, let's work on the green and gray checkerboard, because that's going to be annoying. So, how do I want to do this? Just as long as you split out into 4 space belts and avoid... You need to amp up to this, but yeah. I'm definitely going overkill because I just want to get these operator shapes rebuilt out of the way of where I'm doing anything else and then not think about them for as many hours as possible. That's my that's my goal right now. So we're overbuilding for the current scale, but it's fine. I wonder if I could do something with swappers to get... Oh, I absolutely can do something with swappers. Okay, this is going to be fun. Let's grab this. Drop this in. We got to bring the paint in. All right. Doing 3 harvesters onto the space belt, but all 3 layers, and I'm doing 1 off. Yeah. It's easier to think in terms of like 1 layer at a time for me, because again, I am a Factorio player and I think 2-dimensionally. All right, we're going to take these. These ones, though, are going to be different. We're going to do... We're going to do layer 2 for all of these. So we'll get our full 480 on layer 2. And this is a full 480 on layer 1. So we're going to end up with 2 belts here. One of... Here, let's wipe this belt. Ooh. Also, I'm pretty sure... There we go. So yeah, bottom layer's green, top layer's gray. Okay, good. Now, if we take a 4-piece platform, and I'm doing all of this too close to these mines. This is going to be in the way in the future, but we'll worry about that when it happens. If I grab a swapper, so these are also 4 per lane. Okay. And then this does like this. We're actually going to end up with twice as many of these as we need, so we are going to have to either cut them or void them or something, but we'll figure that out. Oh, sorry, I'm struggling with the controls a little bit here. There we go. So, like, we got that. The problem is we're not going to fit 16 of those along this build, I don't think. At most... yeah, 14. We could maybe fit 15 if we were feeling really spicy. But also, in practice, we don't need these to run at full speed. This can run at half speed. So I think for now, that might be what I let it do, is we just let it run at half speed. What did I do? Oh, those shouldn't be connected. Glad I caught that. All right. So this is really taking, and I mean, I could double this if I really wanted to pull through the full belt, but like, then we're getting silly. That would be twice as much of this as we would need. So I'm happy to let this run at half speed. Well, half speed input, full speed output, because remember, we're bringing in twice the shapes we need. So all of these now need to be what? This swaps the west halves of 2 shapes. Okay. So I think I need to rotate like half of these clockwise and half of them anti-clockwise. And then we drop this in again. Not 100% sure on that. We're gonna see how that works out. Nope. So now the top ones are... Oh, the top and bottom ones were already different, so they should all be rotated the same direction. That was my bad. That's fine. So now we got ones with greens on the top and ones with greens on the bottom. And if we... Yeah! All right. This is not as compact as it could have been, but... Can't wait to have ME storage. All you have to do is go to the moon. How hard could it be? Well, I don't know if going to the moon is the intended way. There are other ways to get titanium, but AE2 needs lots of titanium in GTNH. It's just one quest. Surely it's not that difficult. Yeah, exactly. Okay, this is looking good. And by looking good, I mean we got our... Well, those guys are on the bottom. I'm gonna... Here's a question. I should make this more modular. And I make it modular by, even though it uses more platforms, we do this. We give ourselves the level shifter as a module that I can copy and paste around. And then when we look at that, we're going to have these in the center lane. Yes, good. So now I could take this up and over this. Merge these together. And now I need another 4-wide machine. And we're just building all new machines right now, and we'll re-blueprint things as we need them at the higher scales. But this should be a stack belt 2 on belt 1 machine, which is easy enough to make, because that's literally what stackers do by default. And that's our shape. Well, almost. Platinum obtained. You're making good progress today. Can you see info on the space belt? This info? All right. If that wasn't what you wanted, let me know, but I'm assuming you've had time to screenshot it by now. Sorry, with screen delay, it's hard to do stuff like that synchronously. Cool. So that's an entire space belt of one shape. Or it will be once we get... Yeah, these are just going to have to work their way all the way up. So that's one. One of these is done. So if we grab ourselves a locomotive depot with only one wagon, right? We put in a track. We probably don't need a track, but whatever. Wagon loader. And we'll use the immediate stop, but long term we'll change that. And then the other thing we need to feed in on another one of these levels is the blue squares with the red circles. And that should be easy enough. We do need more blue, though, so let's grab more blue. I'm just going to grab some extra because it doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt to go crazy with it. I think I said that it was 12. Oh! We're only halfway connected. That's our problem. Or I just disconnected it when I pasted. No, I think I just disconnected it when I pasted. Never mind. But I believe this is a fully saturated belt of blue now, or pipe of blue. And then, yeah, this is painting with a shifter. So I'm going to take this, and we're going to attach this to the circles over here. So this will give us red circles on level 2. Some of green-gray squares are rotated 90 degrees. It doesn't matter. It doesn't care about rotational symmetry as far as the output goes, so it's fine if they're both patterns. And I think technically the way I'm making them, they're mirrored they're mirrored, not rotated 90 degrees. Although for that shape it means the same thing. Yes, that is what I did. Ooh, that doesn't quite... Oh, wait, no, that's right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 12. All right. So that's a full pipe of red, which we'll take right over here. And this is absolutely going to be in the way later on if I try to do anything else in this area, but that's fine. Yeah, central hub counts it if it's rotated. It does not care at all. All right, more squares. Except instead of green, these ones need blue. Let's go... I'm actually gonna... because we already have a bridge here. All right, so now we got blue squares, and I just need to stack those on top of my red circles, which is the job of... Where's my stacker? Yeah, this works better for my brain to just spread everything out a little bit more instead of trying to do... All right, I need these to... Oh, no, I already did that. Oops. Yeah, those are on level 2, right? Well, we don't have our plumbing yet, but in theory, yes. Those are on level 2. We got these guys coming out on level 1. So if I bring this over here and merge those in, I should be able to grab our stacker piece now, which is this one. I'm going to go ahead and put it here, and then put that on level 2. Or do I put it on level 3 and then have like a filter station that pulls out? No, that's too much work. We're not doing that. We'll just run a second belt. Like, yes, we're using more space tiles this way. But there we go. So this is bringing in this shape on level 1. Oh, it's yelling at me about mixed input. Oh. Do they have to be rotated correctly for the trains to accept them? Even though the thing at the other end doesn't care? Only thing stopping you from doing more right now is the void area. You have 6x12 belts going. Yeah, that's a lot going in. Do the trains care about the fact that some of these shapes are mirrored? That's really upsetting. Okay. We can fix that in this stacker. Or we can fix it on the green. Maybe we should fix it at the green. Even though we're going to have to flush a lot of stuff through. Why do trains care when nothing else cares? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. We just have to rotate the upper floors. Okay, that's actually not too bad. We can do this. All right, that should now always be the same shape. There should be no others coming through in the opposite rotation. All right, it's going to take a while for those to flush through. Does the train station Whoops. Here, let's just, let's void it all, unfortunately, because we're going to have to wait for it all to flush through again anyway. All right, what about this one? I see... Uh-oh, I got my stacking order backwards. Well, I'm glad I checked. Oh, no, it's worse than that. They're both coming through on layer 2. I'm just bad. Okay. This needs to go away. Why are we having so much trouble with fluid? $1,200, 24, 36. Oh, this is my issue. That is an issue. Okay. Shoot. It's these guys that I can't get enough fluid out of. I legitimately don't know how to fix that on this design. I mean, I could bring in some in the second on another layer of pipe. Whoops. Did not mean to right-click that. I could bring in some on a second layer of pipe, but I think we might have to end up feeding, like, both ends to really make it happy. All right. Does this still think it's going to get mixed inputs? Well, you're not really showing me enough detail to tell. Yeah, I can get 3 max at each end, which means I need to bring in both ends if I want to get 4. Yep, that's what I'm going to have to do. All right, let's redesign this, and then we can adjust everything else to take advantage of it. We also have to figure out how we're merging these pipes, which is going to be super fun. Oh, I guess it's infinite, right? So I don't have to... I only need 1. All right, so that should work. And then we need effectively the same thing at the other end. With a little more of our piping. Way better, I bet. The, yeah, the Twitch latency buildup over time is definitely a thing. All right. We're gonna have to figure out the other places we're doing painting, but that'll be in a second. We're gonna start a little more carefully here. We're gonna take one section, but these are all gonna go out. Like that. Any particular reason I chose Twitch over default? I feel like certainly, well, not like discoverability on Twitch is very good, but you know, the discoverability on YouTube can also be problematic when it comes to live streams. But it really is mostly that, like, Twitch is the default, and I didn't stop to think that much about it beyond that. All right. So now we're bringing in 2 layers. I could split the middle now, I guess, technically, but it should be fine with it there. I could do multi-stream, that's true, but that's a lot more for me to try to keep track of. 2 chats, etc., etc. Nope, wrong thing. Okay. I think this is good. I think we are hooked up with enough of all the colors coming in now that these should be able to run full speed. They're all kind of just starting, but yes. We've only got 1 layer of the blue coming in, which might just be because it needs time to go all the way down this pipe, or because I screwed it up. Both are possible. Why are we... Oh no, they're there. Okay. Oh, I let Twitch, speaking of ads, the ad break snuck up on me again. As always, I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves, and when we come back, I think we got this part done, so we can just hook the rails up. I will, yeah, it's already another hour, indeed ranged. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I'm gonna hydrate. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. I know the ads are no fun. Okay, I think we have both of the shapes that we want. These look like the right shapes on this train. So we now just need to take a rail all the way up to somewhere near here. Can we just nuke everything that's in this area at this point? I think everything I've either got in, well, only in 1x, not 4x form, or it's super weird special casey stuff. So I think the answer is yes, we nuke it all. God, that felt awful. Okay. And then I need to grab the last vortex input. And we're going to go ahead and get the vortex set up at full scale. Oop. Nope, still too far zoomed out. That is one of the things that I occasionally find frustrating with this game, is it's very opinionated about your zoom levels and whether you should be working in space or on the platform at a given zoom level. All right. So that's 3 full space belts of input that we can support. Our trains are going to come up here. And I mean, really, we just have a wagon unloader hooked up to this. Right? And that should show us 2 shapes that we want coming in. That is 2 shapes that we want coming in off the train. So that is the tier 1 and tier 2 operator shapes, automated at way higher capacity than we necessarily need. Provides 1 locomotive. Add wagon depots to okay. So this train has to do its whole routine and then come back. And, like, yes, they're a lot faster than belts, but this is still a long way to travel. Is there a way to track the locomotive? Do I have to click on it somehow? No, I seem to click on the rail. Okay. Can you fork rails? Yes, right? Yes. So if I wanted to, will this work? Or because both of these are red, am I not actually allowed to have... Oh, no, I can. Cool. So if I want 2 trains or more, we can add more locomotives at the end. Cool. Yeah, we might want to add even a couple more trains than that. I don't know how quickly they can unload. We'll have to see as they come up here if this is draining or if the trains are keeping up with it, and then add more as needed. Because, like, I don't know what a package of a thing looks like and how quickly that... It drains pretty quickly. Okay. So, yes, we need a lot more trains. I mean, that's fine. They they kind of bonk off of each other in a rather ungraceful way. Well, we'll have to see if that's going to be enough. I'm sure there's a calculator somewhere that would tell me. And presumably we can also, yeah, we can upgrade train speed and train capacity. One, two, three, four. Yeah, we'll have a fifth one eventually. There it is. But yeah, this is sitting full all the time, which means that we can definitely have more trains. How many is that? 13? 16. 16 trains. And that is probably also not enough, but we'll see. I should get the, like, wait stop, right? Yeah. Wait until fully loaded or unloaded. That way we don't have trains that, like, when I'm sending this many in a row, some of them might or might not be able to unload. I don't know. We'll find out. And if they can't unload, then I think they'll just loop right now with their cargo, which isn't helpful. So we do want to upgrade these to wait stops as soon as we can. Oh, boy. Yeah, we might need even more trains to really keep this running. Let's see how this works as we start to get a larger, like, set of these coming one behind each other. Yeah, we are starting to queue up packages, which is good. Unfortunately, this doesn't tell me how many packages are queued, because, like, there's a queue visually, but it goes, like, deeper into the machine than you can kind of see. So I'm unsure how many shapes are actually in the queue. Oh, yeah. I've done that. That was lots of fun. It was great. All right. This looks like it is Working, though. Oh, look at that. Isn't that so satisfying, chat? Yes, there is a tech that sends the full train to the void, but we don't get it until level 7. And we are currently level 2. Speaking of, we should start working on new shapes. I think, as happy as I am that this is working correctly, and I am happy that it's working correctly, this has the satisfactory problem of everything kind of tends to be a manifold. I could probably fix this to not manifold if I wanted to be more careful with how I split my belts. All right. We probably don't have enough trains for full throughput yet, unfortunately. I don't know how many more I need to add. If I add too many at a time, they're not going to have packages available. Have 23 locomotives. We got an achievement. I may have overbuilt this as my first, like, train setup. That is possible. Yeah, and this is why I wanted to be careful about adding too many at once. Oh, I think we had just enough packages ready. Okay. All right, well, that'll help. But we probably are still going to need even more locomotives for this length, unfortunately. Like, there is an upgrade for train capacity. Yeah. Maybe I should just grab this. Let's just grab it. Why not? All right. I'm hoping this many trains now with double capacity is actually really going to be enough. My concern is that where they're clumped, they might come through empty-handed. We will have to see. We might need to do something about that. Well, I guess that's what the wait stations are for, right? 3,000 points. That's really not that many points. Okay. Let's start working on some new shapes, and then we should be able to grab the wait stations very quickly. What do we got? We can do this. We can do this very quickly and easily. This needs, well, actually, this needs all the stuff that we have where we're currently doing our trains. So maybe we just... Oh, I also like this slicing a watermelon one. That's cute. Let's pin that. Both of these are easy. Do I want to do them somewhere else, though? Is really the question. Because I can really only do one other thing down here and hook it up to this train system, unless I want to change my trains to do multiple stations, and I don't. At least not right away. Are we not running at full speed? What's wrong? We've got full speed blues. We do not have full speed greens. Okay, something's broken. We're still not getting enough green paint. Eh? Oh. Because this is not correctly copied and pasted. Well, that'll do it. Alright, I'm just going to repaste this everywhere I'm doing painting. Alright, now I think we're hooked up right. And yes, it is expected that only half of these belts of green stuff are getting used right now. That's fine. What wasn't fine is that the ones that were coming in were not correctly getting painted. So this looks like we are pushing through full belts now. So whatever didn't get copied and pasted correctly has been resolved. All right. Yeah, let's find a new... What do I need for more? 2,400 for more colors. All right. We're not going to do that right away then. Sorry, let me double check what I need. So slicing a watermelon needs red and green. And that's about it. Red, green, and circles. And then this one needs all the colors and sort of all the basic shapes. Okay. So I need another area like this where I have all the colors and all the basic shapes, and then I can build them both and put them on another train and hook them up. Oh, and that one's done. I thought I had seen another somewhat reasonable spot that had stars and squares and circles and all the primary colors. I mean, almost here, but I don't have squares. Squares, circles, stars. Not super close, but not super far apart. Okay. Yeah, we can do them here. Okay. But to start with, we just need green circles and blue circles. All right. Let's grab our things that I need to re-blueprint but haven't re-blueprinted yet. God, am I going to find the spot that I was just looking at? That's really the question. Star, circle, square, blue, green. Yeah, right here. There's green. There's blue. And let's mine some circles. Let's grab the full shape mine. One, two. And grab the painter. We need the painter, and I also need my level shifter. On one of these. All right, there's our blue and our green shapes. And then we need... I'm not going to redo the train station. Let's just do that by hand. Wagon loader. Train stop. Depot with a track so that we can stack more depots. Why is this blinking at me? Oh, I also want to check on... Are we still not making a full belt of this, or is it just taking time to saturate? All right, yeah, it does look like we are making a full belt now. It's saturated. No, oh, that's probably what it's blinking about. Yeah, I forgot I have to put the wagons on as a separate step. Thank you. Yep, it's not mad at me anymore. Whoops. All right, let's get our unloader set up on this end, and then we'll figure out which is like that, I guess. And then this. He's going the wrong way. Awesome. Now they should be going the right way. Yep. And this should be just starting to come through with like full belts of, yes. As the paint comes in, we are going to start to get full belts of that saturating. I'm going to need to move this whole train station because we're going to need to do other things to both of these shapes. This is way too compact right now. It's fine, though, to get started. Oh, yeah, we're having trains coming through without packages now, so the double package thing seems to have worked. How many are here? 13. 12. Let's say 12 with double packages, and we'll see if that is sufficient. Once I have the wait stations unlocked, I can switch these to wait stations, and then I'll start to see trains buffering, and I'll be able to tell if I have too many. Yeah, these ones are not all going to get loaded without a weight station here. Cool, but that should be those two job shapes now. What are our other ones going to look like? We've got this funky green and blue checker one. Oh, that's going to be cool. I'm looking forward to that. And Mushroom Part 2, which doesn't look too bad. All right. Well, that's working. Are we getting full belts at this end? We are. Yeah, and this is where it would be nice if we had the weight stops, because we're going to run out of buffered packages real soon. Well, maybe just good enough? See, not quite. That one's going to end up with one of each. Maybe. Nope. What about at this stop? How are we doing here as far as... I mean, there is still a lot of stuff buffering. But also, we're not so buffered that this is, like, stopped buffering? All right, up next, we just need to drop some red circles on top of those green circles. So let's do that. And this is where all of this now needs to change. And I got stuff way too close together. Okay, we can make it work. We're gonna need more circles. We're gonna need red, which all the way down here is the closest, huh? Yeah, I think so. And those need to go up a layer. And then we need our... Ooh, we got some stuff. All right, we'll look at this one in a second, too. Where's our stacker? 2 shapes enter, 1 shape leaves. There it is, the Thunderdome piece. And then... We do have the red, right? The red is working? The red is working. Okay. It might just be far enough away that it's not updating its predictions yet. Because this isn't showing... Isn't showing the stacked shapes. This is showing reds. So we should see them coming in here. We do. But it's not updating the prediction. Weird. Not sure. But that should be fine. That is the piece we want. And then... Alright, now we have to get the blues stacked. So we don't need them on their higher level anymore. The blues need to be stacked with stars. Alright. Let's grab some stars. And bring them in down here. Ooh, nope. Wrong. These need to be on tier 2 because we need to stack them. All right, so we got those coming in on tier 2. We've got blues coming out here. And all of that feeds into a stacker, an elevator, and then that goes to our output. All right. And this is going to get mad about mixed inputs, but it'll figure itself out. Can we afford the wait stop yet? Not yet. 3,000. Close. Blue paint is cut off. Did I do it again? Blue paint. Ah, yes, I did. Thank you. There we go. Fixed. Is the red not coming through? Did I screw that up? I guess it is a very long... It's just a very long pipe. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't a great choice of location. Okay, but that is correctly seeing the shape we're going to get, which is good. Okay, and this one is finally seeing it too. It figured it out. All right, that's those two shapes. What other jobs do we have going on? We've got green and blue checker, which just needs like circles and other bits. And then we need a mushroom part 2. We could work on those and bring those in on our last train line. How are we doing on the these ones? I mean, we're very close to running out. And a package arrives. Cool. So I think we're very close to being, like, correct on number of trains here. But it's tight. And again, without the wait stations, yeah, sometimes they're going to bring stuff back and do other crazy things. So we definitely want a wait station here, just to get everything running correctly, continuously. But it does look like this piece, this shape, is no longer having issues. That is a full belt coming in. So that's good. All right, yeah, let's start looking at... let's pin these. That doesn't... It never does what I want it to do. Clicking on this takes you to this view, which is nice, so you can fully inspect the shape. But basically, every time I accidentally click on one of these, I want to come to this view, so I can see, like, what is the evolution of this shape, and what am I going to have to do with it. So we never need more than half of a star. And then we need what is effectively a whole circle, just doing different things with it. And then I like the shrinking circle, where you're just stacking higher and higher pins before... Okay, let's work on eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Does it show the most difficult shape? I mean, presumably if we check our milestones, we can check, like, the last milestone shape. That's what it wants me to do. Which, does look challenging. Although even before that one, stuff like this. And if we check the job shapes, we've got some... This one actually doesn't look that hard. This one looks tough. Because you have to have the pins placed in the right places and stuff. But, like, I'm also playing on easy mode in general. So there are much, much harder shapes if we looked at the higher difficulty settings. Okay, we got blue and red and mushroom and circle here. The hardest is the infinite changing shapes. Yeah, that's the point where you have to make a MAM if you're gonna go for achieving those kind of goals. All right, I think what we want to do is we want to start blueprinting some of these things again. What are you? You're mine. We'll just blueprint things as we need them. Where are we doing this? We're doing this here. I don't think that I have a thing that only gives me half of a shape right now. Although, really, I should want to save both shapes. Yes. Let's do... Before color valves existed. Oof. All right, so we got that, and what I have that I call a painter, I think is my old painter. Yes, so we want to replace that with the new painter, which is this. This is classic. I did certification. Certification probably took me like a couple of hours last week when I went through it. All right. Do I have a machine that does something with halves? Maybe. You're a painter. You're a stacker. You're a halve swapper? No, you're a painter. You're a 50% throughput half swapper. Yeah, definitely ranged. Go, go get some sleep. I don't think that I have a cutter. Okay, we gotta make a new cutter thing then. We also need to make a void, and we also need to make... We got a few pieces we need to design. All right, if we need 4 cutters... Oh, except... Yeah, like that. Like that. think the issue with this is that we're not going to have space. Yeah, we're not going to have space for our shapes leaving. Because really we have to do like this and this. And then... like that. And this whole thing is too wide. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I can only afford 3 more. Right? Because if I do like this... Well, that's not really true. We have some extra space. But only on one side. Kind of makes sense to rotate them before unload. Yeah, maybe. Well, that assumes that we want them to be... Like, yes, in this case, the halves are the same, but I don't know if I want to make this a general reusable, just like halver. Or if I want it to assume the halves are the same and, like, merge them together. I also do need to go look at that next thing in a second. But what I think I actually can do is just shift the whole thing over. Which is a little ugly, but works. And then this whole thing goes again here. And then all of that. Come on, let me select everything I'm trying to select. One more time. So now we have 8 belts, which I need to like finish routing. And we've got 1/2 coming out on the top and 1/2 on the bottom. Which I believe is what I want. And then, in this case, we don't care about half of this. So, what we're going to need is... another platform. Which, well, we're actually going to get 2 designs out of this, because we need one that's... one that just does this. That takes the upper layer and brings it down to the bottom, or takes mid to bottom shift. Because that's a thing. Or really, it's a mid extractor because I think of the bottom as like the layer that I'm always working with. And then the next one, you know what? Nah, let's do this without the extra piece. Let's just make this, we'll call it a mid void. This just voids the middle belt of space, the middle space belt. And then what we're left with coming off the side of this is not all the same shape. Oh, because this needs to be done as like an overflow splitter. No. I know what we want to do then. Well, I sort of know what I want to do. The question is, can I figure it out? We want floor 1 to pass through. And floor 3 to pass through. I could get, like, overflow whatevers, but whatever. And then the middle floor gets dumped. All right. So this just flush it. This filters out the middle, basically. The middle of this will always get dumped. The bottom and the top can get pulled through. And that's all we need to start with, actually. That's our first shape. That's half of the mushroom. And then after that, we're going to have to attach it to circles, which we'll have to cut and then color and do other stuff with, but that's fine. This is a fine building block piece to have that just dumps one of the belts. We'll end up with versions of this for all 3 eventually. Oh, I do have the weight stop. All right, let's swap everything over to weight stops. Because once we're on weight stops, I can finally get an idea of, like, where we're at with how many trains we actually need on each of these rails, because I really have no idea. But once we have the weight stops, they should sort of auto balance, and I'll be able to see if I have extra trains queued up, and I can delete them. All right. It has been another hour already. I'm gonna let Twitch run its ad break, as it always does. As usual, I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep the pre-roll ads turned off. When we come back, we've got the watermelon slices and these red stars that we need to upgrade to their next, like, step over here. And then we can also keep working on the 2 new ones that we started doing over here. So I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. I'm gonna get some water. I recommend you all do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves, and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I've just been watching this train for the past, like, 30 seconds. It seems like we might actually have about the right number of trains here. We might be a little, like, one too many, but they seem to be balancing themselves reasonably well. Obviously, if the queue gets longer and longer, then we will add or remove a train, but seems okay. It's pretty close to consistent. Yeah, it seems like it should want about 8. How many did I leave? 12. All right, so we might have 1 or 2 too many, but it's pretty close. Okay, so let's keep working over here for a second and get the next, like, stages of these shapes figured out. Importantly, oh, these are coming up on, I shouldn't have done that. I should have done this differently. We want to send these down on track 1, and then we'll lift them after we paint them. But unfortunately, I wasn't really ready to do that. Also, do I have a paint and then lift next to each other that I can yoink? Yes. And I also know that I'm building on a mining patch, and that is just heresy, but it's fine. This is all temporary. None of these are operator shapes, so they will ultimately be all these builds are temporary. They'll be removed once we're done with these shapes here anyway. So I don't mind if we're building on top of the patch. I think one of these mines can sustain either 3 or 6 painters, so we should be fine with these 2 that are sharing the red. I don't think that's going to be a problem. And then, yeah, there are some that are on layer 2 here, but they will eventually be flushed out. Well, they won't be flushed out. They won't drain. But eventually the ones on layer 1 will catch up and run it again. I wish I had kept that on layer 1. I wasn't thinking ahead when I did this with the with just the gray, that I was going to need to paint it afterwards, so I didn't, like, prepare for that. This one, I believe we have the necessary parts right over here, where we have, like, a cutter and then a dumper. This? Yeah. All right. So those should be our 2 new shapes at this end, the upgraded versions of both of those. So over here, we've got this one, which is the beginning of the mushroom. And the other thing I need is this green and blue checker. I think I want something that offsets a half shape, that can take in a half shape and offset it. Because I think we'll be able to do everything we need with such a gadget. So let's first grab... Well, we can actually use these because I don't need a whole square. Let's get green. Where's our nearest green? It's up here, which is kind of far away, but it'll work. And then if we take our halving machine... We get the halves that we want in the middle lane. Okay. What if we... Did I ever make a rotator? Probably not, did I? I don't think anything I've done needs rotators. Right? Well, no, that's not true. Some things needed rotation, right? Yes, okay, this is a rotator. Cool. And if we rotate... And then... Cut... We end up with what? Bottom is what we want. Except this is doing what it shouldn't. Sorry. We need to be not doing anything on the top floor. I should have done this as two different pieces. One that's a rotator and one that's like put half your lanes on the upper level. But I didn't. It's fine. We'll fix it up here. So this is a more general rotator. Cool. And then that needs to be combined with a mid-lane dumper. And now we should have just the green halves. Delightful. Oh, is that a bug in the rotator that I copied from down here? Am I missing a... No, because this rotator was also the stacker. That's right. I was just talking about that. All right. So this gives us a thing. And then this needs... Actually, I think this now needs the other thing I was talking about, which is the get both do this thing. Did I not? Oh, because I had V mode on. Yep. And then if we combine that with, let's see. We might have to change our something or other, change a rotation or something. But like the idea that we want. Yeah, and these are going to be swapping like the left and right halves of things that are identical, so it's not going to do anything. So I think we need like half of these rotated clockwise and half of these rotated counterclockwise. And then that'll give us a thing where we can swap the halves and we'll end up with diagonals. Okay. So that's what this needs to do. This needs to do the half clockwise, half anti-clockwise. Which I guess is a lot like the rotator down here, which was that combination of stacker, of rotator and lane adjuster. Except now I just need to adjust which rotation is happening in it. And let's get that off for now. Yeah, because these are all being rotated the same. So if I put half of these as regular rotators, then we end up like this. Okay. So far, so good. So now we've got the thing where we need half of them like rotated so that they're all actually the same, because trains don't like it when rotations don't match. And oh, I think that's just using this piece instead of this one, because I have two different ones of these swappers. I've got one that's just a swapper and one that's a swapper rotator. So I think I just want to use the swapper rotator. And now everything's coming out the same. Beautiful. Painter. And then one of these needs to be on a different level. This is level 1, right? Yes. So we can just take a level adjuster. And if we drop the level adjuster on here, now we're outputting level 2. Cool. And then that space belt comes right over here. Join with this one. And that will be hooked up to a train that brings in both of these shapes. Just got the achievement for having 2,000 rails. Okay, cool. We do have these ones starting to come through. And then we're going to have to do something similar for the other half of that, except it's going to be like blue circles. Well, they're going to start out gray. Yeah. We've got circles up here. We've got semicircles here. So maybe we just mine the semicircles. And then we don't have to worry about discarding half of our shapes or whatever. Okay, let's get the next steps of each of these done. So this is a what? What are we doing? We're stacking. And we're outputting both halves. And then we should be voiding half of that and rotating it or something like that. So that's like these two. Void half and then rotate. Well, except this is not a straight rotate. This is a... Darn it, we're back to this thing again that I don't actually want here. This time I actually do want a normal rotate and not anything weird with stacking, so... That's good at least. Okay. And then... Oh, this is done. After those are rotated, they get halved, and then half of the halves get discarded again. And then this should be all quarters. Yeah, good. Oh, and then that needs to be elevated, right? Or no? No, this is the bottom lane. So that'll be that part once they flow through. And then these ones need to be stacked again. This time with a... gray square. Ooh, the squares are very far away. Oh well. It is what it is. Yeah, I probably could have picked a better spot to try to do this. Oh well. All this is temporary. Like I've said, this is all just... Ooh. This is all just temporary because these are not long-term shapes. It doesn't really matter. That goes to a stacker again. Actually, a stacker and then up a level. Right, and that's the shape we want. That's the shape we want. Beautiful. We are blowing through a lot of these, which is nice to see. Yeah, these aren't going to go until this belt finally gets its squares pushed all the way up, however long that's going to take. Is that the last one in that series? The last step is to paint it green. Okay, but basically, yes. Oof. All right, let's grab this here to here. We need... What do we need? We need a haver. Yeah, have discard. Rotate stack. So I think we need these. 4. What's our output looking like here? Yes. Except I believe those then need to be rotated 90 degrees before they can merge. Yes. So where is my non-swizzling rotator? Is that this? I believe so. And all of those are now the opposite. All right, so that needs to lift up to position 2. We brought right down here. We merged here. And then that needs a stacker, which I don't have on this part of the world, do I? None of this is a stack. Oh, wait. Something's a stacker. This is a stacker. No, that's not. That's our swapper. Okay. I'm not using a stacker over here. Let me find a stacker. Surely one of these is a stacker. That looks like a stacker. That is the shape we want. Beautiful. And then on this one, we just need right-hand semicircles. Which is all that is. Beautiful. All right. This is where I could shoot these up to level 3 and then like build platforms that like extract certain levels from belts. That's a lot of work. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to run the extra belts. Oh, nope, those are not consistent. Darn it. What is... Oh, I need a discarder, don't I? Sorry, that was my fault. Now these are consistent, but they're consistently the wrong ones, which means we need to make a different discarder. Oh, nope. I zoomed out too far. It got mad at me. All right. Mid-level goes straight through. Bottom level now needs to get voided, which is actually really easy. All right. Yep. Now we've got the thing we care about on the mid-level, and that's what we want anyway here, so we don't have to do any level shifting. I think it just goes right out. And then that's going to be that piece coming in with this piece. And that just goes to a stacker now. And this one's outputting on the bottom layer, which means I need a level shifter. Got a level shifter around here somewhere, right? Cool. That should do what we want eventually. Yes. All right, we're done with watermelons. We are not yet done with circle, star, square. Is something broken with circle, star, square? Nope. They are rolling through. We may have just gotten our first trains that actually have it. Yep. All right, that's fine. And we've got this piece coming along. Excellent. These ones are going to take a minute before they connect because we're waiting for the slice of mushroom here. All right, what are the next steps on these? One of them is that we're going to have to paint the mushroom. God, this is so annoying because we can't just like paint the circle and then cut it. We have to paint both halves, or start with painting one half and then do something else with it. This one, we're just going to have to start painting. Again, we should really paint the whole circle, but I'm wondering if we're going to be able to reasonably change how we're doing some of this processing so that we can, instead of having to mine more circles and doing the exact same processing on them and then rotating them, we might be able to, if we pull out this where we're discarding the middle layer and then add in a like layer shifter to bring the middle layer down to ground layer, I think we then run this again and we should get like both orientations of these blue pieces, and then we can stack them as appropriate later on. The only issue is painting them. So we might have to paint them before we do all this processing, just so that they're blue. Or we can paint both steps later. It probably doesn't matter. It saves some paint if we can get them painted simultaneously, right? But once this one pops, okay, we got to paint it green. Let's get ready to paint it green then. Because that's... Oh, that's just adding a painter here. Cool. I think this is right. It looks right. That looks like it's a full belt coming through. Excellent, excellent, excellent. That'll be fine. And then, yeah, this will just update to stack the greens instead of the grays. Sweet. 1 second. I need to mute and cough. Sorry, I'm still on the tail end of the cold I've been fighting off, so occasional. Okay. So this is all looking good. We're done with this whole setup once we're done with this last shape here. And then over here, we've only got a few things that really need to be done to the remaining ones. All right. I think I'm going to call it here for today. We will be back next Wednesday with more of this for sure. We can start pushing on the milestone shapes on Wednesday. I think that'll be good. And it shouldn't take us too long to get through these steps. I think this will be a fairly straightforward thing for us to build. I think a lot of what we're doing, like up here with like cutting and swapping, is going to be exactly what we need for this like red and green piece in the milestone. So stuff is applicable elsewhere. Turns out that's how this game works. All right. Thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Like I said, we will be back next Wednesday with this, and tomorrow is a Factorio Pyanodons day. So we're going to keep melting our brains on Pyanodons. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch in the description. And I will see everybody next time.